Man, YouTube is bugging out, boy. All right, let's see what we have. We need a Ring of Starless Skies for this setup. Better boots. Double. Need to level up that armor, so that way we don't need 2 sets of armor on our gear pieces. I might want to drop some of this damage to distant for crit chance, but I don't think so. Not with this setup. It's kind of pointless when you have so much added crit chance from your other items. Let's see, make sure we have everything. I'm not sure if I want to run the Earth Sign Strength or if I want to run Bestial Rampage. I think I might end up running Bestial Rampage. Let's go ahead and try the Earth Sign Strength real fast, and then we'll try out everything else. So I'm running with really cheap gear because I haven't played really a lot of softcore this season. So we just have a Godslayer, Insatiable Fury, trashy gloves. I'm trying out damage to distant enemies here because I want to make like a distant build with Pulverize because of Pulverize size. It's working pretty good. I plan on updating my build guide. I'm not sure if I want to maintain this though, if I want to go crit chance, even though I'm getting a lot of crit chance out of my Paragon board. Decent pants. I need better boots. Weapon is whatever, you know, it's nothing too crazy. Somewhat good ring. Nothing really too special. Like, this is just a throw together setup just to test things out. And then for my skill tree, I'm trying out Nature's Reach. I think Nature's Reach is really good, and I think the crit chance you get from one cast of a pet skill is really good. So that's why I'm not running too much crit chance, because this is 15% here. And then on my Paragon board, I'm running Shapeshifter, so every time you shift, you get a 25% crit chance. Where is it at? Where are you at? There it is. So every time you shift, you get a 25% crit chance. So we're seeing how it kind of goes. I'm not sure if I like the Harlequin Crest. I do have a Harlequin Crest, but I'm not sure if I like it more than the Godslayer, although it's probably better top end if I could maintain my spirit, but my gear's trash, so it's kind of hard to do that. But this is probably more in line with what the average person is going to feel, not the crazy I have all day blaster type of person. Okay. Plus, I get crit here. So you're not waiting for an Overpower to do damage, which is kind of nice. But you do have to kind of maintain your distance, so you can use your Godslayer to kind of... That's the cool thing about the Godslayer, when you use your Poison Creeper, it all pulls the enemies like far away from you. So it works really well. Plus you get, again, 20% crit chance, effectively giving you 100% crit chance without any crit on your gear pieces from like your temperings, which I think is better. Because you can get a lot of damage to distant or earth skill damage or whatever type of damage you prefer instead of doing crit with this setup. And if you get like really good greater affix rolls on crit, then you're gonna have 100% crit chance really easy. But I think this setup is way better overall. I think having just a pure Overpower setup is garbage. I think Banished Lords is garbage because you can't move fast. Like, if you run Banished Lords, in order to make the build feel good, you have to have like greater affix of movement speed, perfect digigrade gate, like everything. And you're still kind of, you know, running super slow. The only problem, because my gear is pretty trash, is bossing. So bossing is super slow. But once my gear is better, like, bossing will be much better. I forgot to link this build in the description because I have 2 separate pages. I have a page with my original build and then a page with this updated version. But I am going to update that. I just wanted to test some things out first. But you see how far you can pulverize from? So you're getting a lot out of your nature's reach. And because you're always CCing the enemies, it's basically triple that. So 45x. But this is definitely, I think, a much better version than what I see a lot of people using with the Earth skill crit chance. There's just too many ways to get crit that you don't really need to invest your affix rolls in crit chance. I just have to get more spirit gen. Even on the bosses, you can just cast multiple companion skills and get your crit chance to 100%. Or even just once, like, that's 15% with just one companion skill cast. Plus the 25 you get from shifting. So you're looking at a 40% crit chance just from one little cast of your skill. So we're already with trash gear. This is going to be the boss here. So we're already at the boss here with trash gear. You'll see Godslayer trash, Insatiable Fury, really bad, not great gloves. It's okay. Pants are probably the best part of the build. If I get a crit on the armor and masterwork it, I won't have to have armor on my boots. I have really bad spirit per second on my boots. I'd like to get a GA on spirit per second there, and then roll off that armor for willpower. Weapons, somewhat okay. I could probably go resource cost reduction, but once I get a Starless Skies, that's when this build will really pick up. Running Shepherds, obviously, because we have to. And then on the ring, that's where we're getting our Umbral aspect in, so we have that resource gen. And then on the other ring, we're running Companions. Now, if I have the Starless Skies, that's another 50x damage here. So 50x and Spirit Gen, you know, and not Spirit Gen, but resource cost reduction. So my biggest question is, will I have enough resource cost reduction to roll crit to keep this crit strike damage? Or will I need to roll it off to make it feel way better and have resource cost reduction here? But like I said, my gear's trash. So this is with Earth Sign Strength, running the Earth Sign Strength key passive. The only problem is because my resource generation's so bad, bossing feels awful because I have to get close to the boss to regenerate my resources right now. So I have to wait, get a couple hits in. But once I get my gen up, it'll be way better. Then I won't actually have to come in here and do this nonsense. Let's go ahead and build up here. And you can just hit between hits just to get that crit chance from Shapeshifter. And overall, I think this is my biggest problem with Pulverize, is the amount of hoops you have to jump through to get your damage out versus other builds. I know where that stuff is coming. Oh, double. That's why I'm playing this in Softcore too. I will not play any build that you can't have a boatload of HP on in Hardcore with Druid. There we go. So super trash gear there. As you can, just one more time so you guys can look at it. Really bad stuff. Once I get that Starless Skies, and I do have a Shaco, like I said, but I'm not using it because I feel like I just want to test out the damage without like a bunch of extra. And that was with Earth Sign Strength. So that was a tier 80 Earth Sign Strength. Let's try tier 80 Bestial Rampage. So we'll do the same thing without the Shaco, same gear pieces. And like I said, I'm just running damage to distance this could be like Earth skill, or if you prefer, you could run damage to close. However, I will say this, guys, I really like the indirect damage reduction you get just from running damage to distant, and I'm telling you guys, this key passive, the Nature's Reach key passive, getting a buff, man, it is a massive amount of damage to your Pulverize. See, that's why I'm hitting so hard even with trash gear, like getting 45x, because you're always slowing enemies, stunning, you know, immobilizing, so you get a big buff there. And then Clarity, probably the clunkiest key passive, and really this is the only build you could run it with outside of like Hurricane, but nobody wants to run that trash. But just casting one companion skill will get you that 15% crit, and then like I said, it'll also give you that shape-shifting crit buff from Shapeshifter. Where'd I slot it in at? I'm also thinking about possibly swapping out Tectonic for Exploiter, but hey, what's up, brother? But maintaining any kind of vulnerability would require me to get the lucky hit chance to apply vulnerability outside of just the passive you get from running Exploit. And I think it would give you more damage ultimately, but I don't know how much more than running Tectonic with the lucky hit. So, but I really love this Godslayer. You see, it just bunches everything up there, and I think works really well with a distant build on Pulverize. But I do think this is the best kind of way you could build it, kind of like a hybrid between Overpower and critical strike damage. So you're picking up Overpower. I'll show you guys my Paragon board in a second. I'm still working on everything. That's why I haven't updated the build yet, but I'll probably update it soon. I just got done with my Wind Shear, my Temerity Wind Shear build, which I'll show you guys too on this stream. In Hardcore. What's up, brother? How you doing? I almost like Bestial Rampage more because you get the attack speed, and because you're in Softcore, you can die, so the extra health isn't that big of a deal. And the 20x multiplier feels so much better, I think, than just the ridiculous, you know, 30x overpower damage while you're healthy. And you have no issue maintaining the, you know, the 50x because you're using bear form. And really, the attack speed is just for fun, like just getting a little bit more attack speed. And I think the best way to build survivability, just to keep, you know, keep buffing up your debilitating roar. A Shaco does that really well. Gives you that super low cooldown and then duration on your pants. You'll see this is where I need to boost up my spirit though. Anytime single target happens. I wish I could run a pair of Wildheart boots, but I lose too much in terms of spirit restore. I need that extra regen from my boots. It doesn't. I don't believe it's. I'm fairly certain it doesn't scale. Everything that I've heard previously in my experience, it doesn't scale with your max HP, but it scales with how much HP you have and how much fortify you have. Because I've had some crazy amounts of HP, and I've never really seen like a significant jump in my overpower. This is a updated version that I have a planner to that I haven't put out yet, but I will be updating the original planner with this setup once I do finish it. I'll probably have it done by tomorrow. I just need to have gameplay footage, and because I've been spending all my time in hardcore, I don't have a lot of money and gear in softcore. And you know, everybody likes big numbers and big damage, so it's kind of hard to update something when you don't have a solid amount of gameplay footage. But you see no real overpowers there. I think I got one there at the end, and you still do really good damage. And this is, like I said, super trash gear. Let me go. I'll go ahead and link the build in chat though, so that way, yeah, you guys can check out the Paragon board. I forgot to put it in the description. I love that pull that you get right there off the Godslayer. It just feels so good. I'm telling you, if they drop the multiplier and they lowered the cooldown on the actual item effect, it would feel so much better. You get that CC more often, where you pull enemies together, and you get the multiplier more often, but just at a lower value. I'll show you guys what it looks like with Shaco in a second. Oh, thank you, brother. Happy belated Father's Day. Yeah, I did. I had a pretty good Father's Day. We had my wife cooked, she cooked up some, lo mein, and my sister-in-law, she made a bourbon chicken. So it was some really good food. Had a pretty good day. I like these bosses with ads, because it's much easier to keep your spirit up with the way I currently have my spirit set up. Oh, I thought I was outside. Oh. Thought I was outside the hit box there. Just barely walked into it. No. Well, yeah, you're leveling, but just to show you guys the gear, just so you understand, like, I'm not running anything crazy. We got the Godslayer, Insatiable Fury, decent gloves. You know, that's probably the best in slot pan I could get with the right affixes. Trashy boots, mid staff there, mid amulet, and then the rings or whatever, you know. Nothing too crazy. Thanks, brother. Happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there, by the way. Yeah, I haven't updated the build just yet, but I have a planner that I made separate, and then I'll update the build probably by tomorrow, so that way that's out there. I just have to have gameplay footage and stuff, because I don't really play softcore. I don't have a lot of gold and... Obviously, you won't have to do this when you have the right gear pieces. I'm just required to do this because I have really bad spirit generation. I might actually like the Ursine Strength more. I don't know. This has just always been the problem with Pulverize, the boss damage. I might actually like the Ursine Strength better. Let me go ahead and link the, we'll link the build there in chat. Oh, that's not right. It's public, so if you guys go to my stuff, you'll see it. But that's how I have it currently. Like, I'm not the best at this stuff, so. There you go. But the Paragon board pretty much almost caps out the Earth and Devastation node without having any damage to crowd control enemies on your gear pieces. I don't think the extra 7% is worth it. And we're just picking up Outmatch, Dominate, and this is where we get the Overpower too. We're just grabbing these nodes. It's kind of hybrid. We still want our Overpower to do something. Shapeshifter, Werebear because there's nothing better. Tectonic and Spirit. You could probably flex this out for any other willpower, but I don't really want to use Earth and Sky because I don't have the ability to cause vulnerability consistently. So I don't think it'd be worth it. However, if you did get an affix on your gear pieces, maybe on a ring or something, or 2 rings, probably just a ring though. If you did get the affix to cause vulnerability here, because it's a pretty decent lucky hit chance, 20 to 24% in 2 seconds of vulnerability. You might run something like Earth and Sky, but it's really, you know, preference at that point. I don't know if it's high enough to keep up vulnerability for a long period of time. But this is super casual friendly. Like if you're just swapping into a Werebear, you know, Pulverize setup and you want to try it out, it's really easy to, because obviously, as you can see, I have garbagey gear. So we'll try it with the Shaco. I think the Shaco's probably, I'm not sure if I want to stay with Ursine Strength. That was probably just a bad run overall. I do have these points into Poison Creeper, but once you get the points out of Poison Creeper, once your crit strike is high enough on your gear pieces, you could probably take these out and just keep the regular Poison Creeper as a way to create space between you and the enemies. Let's see. I don't know what to do at this point. Let's just throw it here for a little bit more damage reduction. Actually, you know what? We'll throw it here. Give us some more HP. I didn't see anything about the pulverized size temper being fixed, but I think it's working perfectly fine. It still gives me a sizable increase to the distance of your pulverize. It doesn't really increase the, I would say, width of your pulverize by much, if any at all. But the actual distance it travels, it definitely increases it. Let's try a potion here. Maybe we'll do some resource cost reduction, just to make it a little smoother. But the build, the page that I just linked you guys, I will probably go ahead and bring that one down once I update the original build. I just wanted to have them separated so people could still, so that way if they are getting that original pulverized setup, it'll still work well enough that they won't have any issues. Because it's not a bad setup, I just think this one's better. I like the damage to distance. Although I might still think rocking the Godslayer is better. Probably not for bosses, though. Well, most definitely not for bosses. Shaco will definitely make you tankier, too. Yeah, if I had that Starless Skies, this would be so much faster. And then obviously temper my gear and stuff. This is probably still always, like, even before the patch, this is the fastest build you could probably run to level. It's probably the easiest build that you can pick up and level with and you know, gear out for the end game. I'll tell you one thing I thought was hilarious. I actually posted it out on X. Rob posted him killing a 4-man Tormented Duriel in, like, seconds with Whirlwind. I was like, so Pulverize gets buffed, so it can kill a Tormented boss solo in like 5 to 10 minutes with perfect mechanic dodging. Whirlwind gets buffed, so you can kill a 4-man Uber Duriel, you know, 2 Tormented Duriel inside of a few seconds. It's like, not really the same thing there. I really like the cooldown on Pulverize, Debilitating Roar when you get that Shaco up. It's such a quick cooldown, you don't even notice how fast it is until you have it. Gotta love those shielded enemies just standing on the inside of a corner. There we go. So you still get stuff from the you still get stuff from the Overpower. You still get a decent chunk of damage from Overpower, but you're not overly reliant on it to actually cause your damage out, to increase your damage output. Yeah, you know, I've gone back and forth with him. He really does have, like, you know, he follows Rob and obviously plays a lot with Rob, and I kind of have a different mindset, you know, in the beginning with how the classes should be balanced, but at this point I'm just like, whatever, just balance you know, just bring everything up to where Barbarian is at this point. I mean, they're just gonna need to create a world tier 5 in like Tormented, Uber Tormented bosses, but it would basically destroy the Barbarian if they nerfed it. So, and they don't look like they have any plans to nerfing it, so they just should bring every class up to be in line with Barbarian and call it a day. See, that's another reason why I don't want to run Banished Lords, because I don't think I would have got away from that Lilith attack had I had Banished Lords on. Yeah, that's what I ended up. Hey, what's up, Thomas? That's what I ended up thinking, bro. I'm like, I would love for them to balance the classes out to keep all of the in-game content relevant to the point where they wouldn't have to make a World Tier 5 and Uber Tormented Uber bosses. But at this point, it's clear that they have no plans on actually balancing the game out properly in terms of like bringing the Barbarian down to where the other classes are. So it's like, whatever. Just bring every class up to the Barbarian and then go from there. I don't see any other way to do it outside of dramatically nerfing Barbarian, which would make everybody who plays Barb incredibly unhappy. So just make everyone happy, bring all the power level up, and call it a day. The only problem I have with that mindset, though, is that inevitably there's going to be a class that starts to outpace every other class by a significant margin. And then at that point, what do? Do we actually nerf it to make it where it brings it back to the other classes? Or do we buff everything again and basically trivialize all the current in-game content to the point where we're blowing through tier 100 dungeons, we're blowing through uber tormented uber bosses, world tier 5 is an absolute joke, and now we need a tier 6 and then uber tormented bosses, and then, you know what I'm saying, like 100 more levels of the pit. So there has to be, at some point, there has to be nerfs. Like, at some point, people have to be okay with, like, not having that really busted, broken class. I mean, but that's the thing. It's like I'm gonna go do this Blood Maiden event real quick, but that's the thing. It's like anything with like balancing nerfs with Barb is what it would need to bring it down with the class. But you know, like I said, I'm perfectly fine with them bringing everything up as long as they at some point they have to make a hard stance on, like, okay, we're not going to allow, like, all the classes to get out of control and then constantly buff everything. We're going to work on our gear a little bit here. I mean, every class is basically like hurting compared to the barbarian. Thought it was over here. Even like classes like Necro, minions are really powerful, but what else is, you know? Oh, it ended. What else is super powerful? I don't know. Let's try to do a tier 90 with this gear. I'm gonna go ahead and swap in a Godslayer. I would just be happy if they completely gutted Shepherds, if they would buff every single skill that we have because it needs it. Like, every single skill we have needs a buff. Because of Shepherds, it's clear as day. Like, you don't have Shepherds, everything is trash. You have Shepherds, everything works okay. But it becomes like a hot mess as to what they're actually going to do. I'm going to try out crit strike damage instead of overpower damage on my jewelry pieces. I think it'd probably just be better. I wanted to try to see what we could get. This is where you're probably going to see it really fall off when we're pushing the boss. Like through the enemies, it's not that big of a deal. When we hit the boss, it's going to see like a massive drop. I wonder if I should swap these. I gotta put one more point back in Wolves there before I go in here. Man, I really think if I could get my res up and put those points back into Crushing Earth, it would be nice. I don't think so. I think Stormclaw is probably not as good as Pulverize now with good gear. I don't have good gear on this, but I think Pulverize with good gear is going to outshine Stormclaw, especially in like trash clearing, like killing enemies here in the beginning. Here we go. Bang, bang. So that's really the combo there. You kind of want to wait till you find some elite pack. Drop your poison creeper. Hit him with that Pulverize. So you're almost guaranteed a crit because you get the crit from Shapeshifter. You get the crit from... I think you are guaranteed a crit at that point. You get the crit from Shapeshifter, you get the crit from Clarity, and the crit from your Poison Creeper, so you don't really need to go crazy on your gear for Earth skill. For Earth skill crit chance. In fact, I don't think it's smart to. I think you still need that damage. You need those damage affixes. And once you get, like, greater affix rolls on crit chance on your jewelry, your necklace, stuff like that, you're going to be sitting really nice with crit chance anyway. Even this build has, like, 10% crit chance from dexterity. So if you add up all the greater affix crit chance you can get, you're probably going to be sitting over 50%, especially if you manage to get yourself a couple masterworking crits. You're probably going to be sitting anywhere from 50 to 70% crit chance, depending on how much you invest in it. And then, you know, the Shapeshifter as well as the Clarity buff is going to give you that extra 30%. Then you won't even need any crit chance on your gear pieces from your temperings. It just takes a little while to build it up, but once you get it there, well, I mean, look at that. You just blow everything up at a tier 90. And I'm still hitting pretty hard without the crits and the overpowers coming together. And like I said, once you get that Starless Skies and you get your resource generation under control, you're going to be able to spam your abilities so much more. And there it is. I mean, just look at how clean that is right there, guys. Just look at how smooth that is. You get your Poison Creeper out, you get the Godslayer pool, and then you have that 100% crit chance already, right? You got that 15 from casting Poison Creeper from Clarity, 25% from Shapeshifting. You already have that 20 from the Poison Creeper, and then you don't even need all that crazy crit chance on your gear pieces, so you can then temper in damage affixes. And I think that's going to be the best way to do it. I could be completely wrong. I think it's going to be the funnest way, at least. I think Overpower with Banished Swords is really boring, in my opinion, because you move so slow. I hate moving slow, so I'll never really enjoy that playstyle. It could be great for damage, but I really could care less. I mean, when you're moving at a snail's pace, it's not going to be fun. And we're still pretty tanky here. I mean, obviously I could get tankier, but like I said, I'm just not sure if I like Godslayer over, at the end of the day, like Godslayer over Harlequin Crest, but I really like this pool. Like, you might lose out damage against bosses, but you gain so much time against the trash in the, you know, in the actual dungeon that you might end up liking Godslayer more. And it's easier to get, right? I mean, I'm sure pretty much everybody has a Shaco at this point, though. So right now, I'm running Umbral Aspect in Quicksand on one of my gear pieces on my boots, so that way I get the spirit regen off of hitting crowd control enemies. I'll show you my gear once I finish the dungeon, so that way you guys can see exactly what it looks like. But ultimately, at the end of the day, I want to be able to swap out of Quicksand and equip something different once I get like Starless Skies and once I get a massive GA on spirit per second on my boots. If you get spirit per second on your boots with the Starless Skies, as well as resource cost reduction temperings on your rings, that should be plenty, like in terms of maintaining your spirit. But I can't really say that for 100% because, again, I have pretty bad gear. I haven't really played softcore. All of my time has been spent in hardcore this season. And I don't think this build, I don't think anything, you should run anything in hardcore that is, that has to sacrifice HP in any way, so. Especially with some of the tormented bosses and some of the one-shot. Where? Am I like, did I not kill enough enemies? Okay, I guess I didn't kill enough enemies back here. That's the first time I've ever seen that happen. Am I missing something? Is there a way I missed? Let me find some enemies. Maybe one more set of elites. Oh, there they are over here. Okay. That was weird. I've never had that happen. I hate having to do this. It sucks to not have good gear. Duh. Honestly, with this gear, I should probably use my roar to jump in and build up my spirit, and then not have roar up when I'm outside. Oh shit. Ah! Ah! Oh my god. I thought I was dead for sure right there, yo. I was like, no! All this time. Have to stand in the poison. Go! Oi, oi, oi. Oops, that was an accident. We're gonna do it. Tier 90, trash gear. No, we're not. Oh, ooh, thank God I had 2 charges. I have no potions left. Oh my god, dude. I knew that was gonna happen. I tried to get behind one of the poles to stop it. All right, we'll restart that one. I was very close there, very close. Oh, bro, the ring and Shaco, Thomas, would make it amazing, brother. Just so you guys can see. So we have our Godslayer, Insatiable Fury, mid gloves. Probably the best pants I could get here if I get a double. If I get a crit on the masterwork on the armor, we don't have to run armor on the boots. Not really good boots. Mid a weapon, no masterworking. Amulets, not very good at all. We got the crit chance though. And then same with the rings. We got some HP here. And then nothing, like I said, super casual, easy to get this gear, nothing special here. So every bit of damage you see me do here, you can do this 10 times more if you have way better gear than me. I just haven't had a lot of time in Softcore, so we're gonna try that again, but we're gonna try that with Earth Sign Strength to see if I like it more. I don't really think the damage would make a difference or the HP there in terms of the overpower, but we're gonna go ahead and give it a shot. The only problem is that I have no unstoppable, and that's why I'd like to get a. That's why I'd like to get the Ring of Starless Skies and my Spirit Gen under control, so that way I can use Metamorphosis. Once I can use Metamorphosis, it'll be much better. But this will get you where you need to go. Just this version of it will get you where you need to go. I don't know. Maybe Earth Sign Strength does feel better. Where's that stupid, there we go. And see, that's why I like that damage to distant there from, like, Nature's Reach. Your hits are so much harder towards enemies that are, you know, at that distance. That 45x multiplier is pretty massive. I need to write a petition to make all walls breakable no matter where you hit them. Golly. Yeah, I think we can definitely push some high tier pits with a perfect setup here. Oh my god, dude. But high tier for the druid, not high tier for the meta. Like, I could see this doing like 100 plus with really good gear pretty easily. Did I kill enough enemies? That's the question. Get this channeling shrine going. I like the charges for the boots. It gives you little extra mobility. However, I'd probably still go with the attacks reduce evades cooldown once you have Metamorphosis. Just because of how long your evade is actually going to take to build up. I'll be running out of charges so much. Pull it all together. Bang. There we go. I don't know. What do you guys think? You think that looked better with the Earth Sign Strength? It just takes forever to build up my my spirit there. Oh, I was walking out of it there. Yeah, I think the Shaco just brings that extra tankiness that you probably like to have when you're doing like anything above tier 100. So you can hit the boss like off screen if you want to. Oh, snap. I didn't even see that. That's another reason why I don't like to run Banished Swords, is because I'm always looking down to see if I have my buff up so I can like stack out my damage to get the most out of my Overpower. And sometimes it doesn't even show up because you have so many buffs running at once, so you have no idea that you're about to hit an Overpower. Because the UI can only show so many things. There we go. Bang. There it is. Tier 90 trash gear, guys. Oh, yeah, I can definitely clear. So that was a tier 90 jet. That was a tier 90. And look at my gear. Poverty gear, bro. Poverty gear here. So plain Godslayer, plain Insatiable Fury, mid gloves. Probably the best pants I can get without no Masterworks here. Boots, trash. Weapon, the affixes I like. Ring, same thing. Ring, you know, nothing special. And then the amulet, you know, I got crit chance here. But I think the way I have it set up is what makes it so really, like, hit that. So I have a lot of damage to distant enemies here. Plus, I'm using the Nature's Reach passive because it is insanely good because of how far back you can hit enemies with your Pulverize when you have Pulverize size. You can hit everything off screen. I just see, here's the thing with Overpower. It's like if you go only Overpower, you have to really invest, right? So you have to go Banish Lords, which is going to make you super slow, and that's really boring in my opinion. And then your damage outside of Overpowers is going to be absolute hot garbage. And when you get your Overpowers, it feels good, but when you don't get your Overpowers, it doesn't feel good. And the biggest issue I have is that Provocation can overpower with your Raven skill. It can overpower with other skills. So you basically lose that if you don't hit it with a Pulverize. Another problem I have is that your UI bar over the top of your skills won't always show you... Yeah, I'm sorry, Greg. Poverty gear. I haven't played Softcore, but your UI won't always show you all of your buffs. So if your UI is not showing you your Banished Lords, you can't stack your damage out properly to hit that perfect overpower with your Clarity buff, which is incredibly important for Pulverize, in my opinion, because you're looking at a guaranteed crit with even low crit chance. You're looking at a guaranteed crit with 45x multiplicative damage. So it's like if you don't see your overpower, you use your overpower, well, bam, you just, you know, it's just really annoying. Plus, you're super slow. So with my setup, it's kind of marrying the two in a way. So I'm obviously going a more crit-oriented focus. So I have the Earth and Devastation node, but not capped, only with what I can get out of my board, because I don't think the extra 7% matters. And then I'm also picking up Shapeshifter here, so that way I get, not here, so that way I get that extra 25% crit chance when you shapeshift. So even if you're running super basic gear, you're always going to be able to get that 100% crit chance once you shapeshift and you use a companion skill, which does the same. It does it at the same time. So when you use a companion skill, you shapeshift and you get the 15 from Clarity on the buff here, right? So then when you use no matter what, you're always getting, you know, that 40% crit chance out of those two things. And that way you also don't have to stack out crit chance on your gear, right? So I can go damage to distant, I could go Earth skill damage, I could go damage to close, whatever you really want. I don't need to go Earth skill crit chance, because by the time you fully get this thing geared out and you have a GA on crit chance on your gloves, you have a GA on crit chance on your amulet, you got a GA on the rings too, and your dexterity is giving you roughly 10% here, depending on how much dexterity you have, you're already looking at between 50 to 70% crit chance, depending on how many masterworking crits you decide to put into your crit chance, right? So then all you really need to do is cast one companion skill, 100% crit chance, bam, you're good to go, and you can just stack out damage at that point. I scale crit damage, but not like, you know, the problem is with the setups is that it's not based off of Thunderstruck, so it's much harder to build out your Paragon boards. So I have as much crit chance as I could pick up on my Paragon board, mainly through the Spirit Glyph. Where's my Spirit Glyph? So I have the Dominate there, and then I have my Spirit Tectonic. So I have my Spirit Glyph here. So I'm picking up a decent amount of crit chance there. Not crit chance, but crit damage. I'm picking up crit damage on my gems here, and I also have crit damage rolled on my weapon. However, I'm not sure if I'll end up keeping that. I'll have to see once I get a Starless Skies. If I get a Starless Skies and I have a greater affix to spirit per second on my boots, I'm not sure if I'll need to have spirit cost reduction, resource cost reduction on my weapon, and then I can go for that crit damage. But if I need it, then I'll obviously run spirit cost reduction. But that's how I personally like to run it. And then I have that amulet free to run 6 range to Digigrade Gate, and I can move around, and I can have, you know, decent movement speed without having to, you know, find a pair of boots with greater affix movement speed, greater affix spirit per second. You know, it's just a lot better, in my opinion. But once I have that under control, I can run Metamorphosis on the boots, and I won't have to worry about having, like, no form of Unstoppable. But I think most people probably have a Starless Skies by now. So once you have Starless Skies, you have 50x more damage. You'll have 50x more damage with Starless Skies instead of Umbral Aspect. You'll have the resource cost reduction, that stacking buff there. You still get the crit chance. You still get all that stuff on that ring because it has amazing affixes. And then it's really just deciding, do you want to run Harlequin Crest or do you want to run Godslayer? Right? Because I could run Godslayer, get that cooldown reduction, so that way I have debilitating roar more often. Or I could have that 20x damage, 20% damage reduction, plus the all stats, the max life, things like that. Oh, you can still get cooldown reduction on the Shaco, never mind, so I'm wrong there. I always forget about the cooldown reduction. It's really just a choice. I like the CC you get from the Godslayer. I think it's really nice. You pull all the enemies, cluster them up, bang, you start smashing them with the Godslayer. But at the end of the day, you'll probably get more damage out of Harlequin Crest for bossing. So it's kind of like a trade-off depending on how you like to play. Banished Lords, it just doesn't... I don't know, man. I feel like they need to have movement speed on this. I feel like they need... The biggest problem with Banished Lords is, A, it takes too much primary resource to build up an Overpower, and B, they nerfed it because Barbarian was so powerful with Banished Lords, which made Pulverize worse. So it's like... It's kind of frustrating that they did that. Let's try this again, but with Bestial Rampage. And we'll run... We'll do like crit chance. But I just have to work on the gear, man. Have to work a lot on the gear. So we'll probably do a lot of that on the stream. Work on the gear. I have no gold. I need at least like 200 mil. Yeah, I love that 50x, man. That 50x damage multiplier is so nice. And the attack speed, too. Like, the HP is cool. It just... That attack speed feels so good to build up that resource when I don't have good resource management with this setup yet. Yeah, I mean, just look how fast they die with that 50x. Like, no matter what, Overpower is still going to be worse than just straight multiplicative damage. Like, it's always going to be worse. So it's like, I don't even know if it's... Like, having Shepherds plus the Shockwave is so much more damage than anything like running anything else on your amulet. I mean, you're basically getting Changeling's debt, but all the time. It's like 10% off, but that's not really that big of a deal. And then once I have, like I said, once I have Starless Skies, it's... Plus, I like to have that additional wolf just to kind of, you know, pick up enemies here and there, just to give you a little bit more indirect damage reduction. Having that third wolf is nice. Plus, it helps when you get the Elias boss to block out some of the fireballs. I think I could probably build close to 70-ish K HP with the proper max life rolls and everything, so... We just have to work on some gear. Yeah, there's just nothing that matches when you get that that big buff to your damage. You know, I might go ahead and make the build video tonight, just that way it's out there, just for people to kind of give it a look over. I definitely want to just focus on trying to get the gear right, so I can push some pit with it. I mean, it just hits so insanely hard when you have that buff up from Bestial Rampage compared to something like Earthsign Strength. The HP is nice, though. I probably would have died several times. Yeah, for my update for my Pulverize setup. I had made one at the beginning of the season, but once I got to like tier 80 with it in hardcore, I put it down because I wanted to work on other things. And I never really went back to it. I was going to make like an Overpower only version, but it just wasn't really scaling the way I wanted it to. And now that I have my wind shear build done with Temerity, which I'll probably show you guys too on the stream in hardcore, super happy with that. I kind of want to just revisit the build, focus on it for at least this week, and then probably move on to something else. Because there's so many things I want to try out. Like, I want to try a Stormclaw build in hardcore. I want to try a pure companion build that I have a character already level 100 for. Like, I'm happy that Wolves got buffed, but man, where was the buff for Ravens? Where was the buff for Poison Creeper damage? I'm like, you guys just don't care about Ravens whatsoever, do you? Where'd he go? What do you guys think they should do with this boss? I feel like they should throw this boss in the trash. I hate this stupid boss. I think I hate this boss when you get the other boss that spawns. Oh, there it is. When you get the other boss that spawns that shoots stuff up in the air and it falls down. I hate that one. The Elias and that boss combination is like insta-death. Pinball you all over the place. Hide behind my wolves. Oh yeah, this is a perfect combo here. This is like hardcore nightmare insta-death boss combination. Because even though they fixed the overlapping mechanic issue, the attack that enemy spawn, that boss type spawns that shoots stuff up in the air, it takes forever for it to actually finish. So you still get like overlapping mechanic with Elias, and that thing will pinball you right into a full hit from one of those little circles he drops down. It just instantly kills my wolves, like, instantly. Got the booby traps and everything. Oh, you... How about we just kill him now? We'll just stay close. There we go. There it is. Oh yeah, yo, I hate that boss. Well, not really the boss, but that combination there. The only thing that could have made it worse if it had the Lilith that pulls you. The Lilith attack that has that vacuum on it. That would have made it much worse. Let's see. How much I don't think I have very many I need more veiled crystals. Let's see if we can get Digigrade Gate on these. I really don't want to roll anything. I don't have the gold to roll anything on these boots. Or I should say enchant anything. Oh, nice. This is actually really good. Now I could just get Spirit per second at 4 and then try to drop some master ranking into that. I just have to get the crit on my pants here so I have armor cap with only needing one pair of with only needing one roll on armor. Once I have that, that's going to be good. I think this 22% immobilize is going to be really nice. We'll be moving a lot faster now. That Digigrade Gate is like a must-have. I feel like you have to have it. 52% movement speed without anything, plus you can level it up. All right, let's go do some Helltide, baby. Unless I don't know, probably need to get gear, need to get money. Let's try out some Mine Cage Helltide. This is not working right now, right? I believe I've seen them say that they disabled that because it wasn't, it was causing crashes or something like that.
I need more time.
Yeah, there's nothing that beats farming with Pulverize, man. It's just so bad. It's so incredibly fast for the druid. Oh, I forgot to put on quicksand. 1 second. Yeah, they just buff. Oh, sorry if I didn't see that, Jet. Yeah, they just buffed the damage and reduced the duration. Reduced the cooldown on a lot of your overpower mechanics. Oops. Wrong person. I need to get that spirit per second roll here. I'll keep the armor for right now, though. I think having the armor is okay, so I have armor cap. Like, the biggest upgrade would be the Starless Skies. The Starless Skies would definitely really send up the damage. And then it's like just kind of a toss-up between Shaco and Godslayer. Unfortunately, it is the only Uber I have in Softcore. Well, in Hardcore, too, because I don't really have any Ubers in Hardcore. Let's go over here. I would love to have blood boiling on the aspect there to give you another chance to overpower, but they need to add more damage to that thing. There's nothing that beats having more multiplicative damage, and that aspect is it's probably the funnest aspect because it gives you all those exploding blood globes that you can pick up off the ground. But it just doesn't give you any multiplier. Like if it gave you an overpower multiplier or something like that, or some form of a small damage multiplier outside of just a 20-second cooldown on an overpower, it'd be nice. But it's like, am I gonna pick up, you know, potentially 40 to 50x, you know, more damage, or am I gonna have like one overpower every 20 seconds? You can get Ubers from non-Uber bosses. You can get them from random drops. I've just never gotten lucky enough to get one. Just like Kettle, never gotten lucky enough to get one. Even with this really bad gear, we're still popping for a pretty decent amount here. Plus we have a Necromancer. Nothing beats a Necro. Well, except for Barbarian. And we have one of those too, I think. Do you guys not have hearts? I guess we'll just help them out. Surprised this person doesn't have hearts. The good thing about Softcore is like each piece of gear that I get to keep no matter what. So it's always like a steady increase in your damage. I hate that about Hardcore. Losing that good gear, having to get it all over again. By the way, guys, if you're interested in, if you guys need like a level up or anything, now's a perfect time to ask for one. I have no problem with like carrying you through your capstones in a few pits just to get you to 55, and then you can do some leveling there. All you have to do is just add me. My battle tag is in the description of the stream. If you would like to get like a quick power level. Oh my god, somebody's got a heart there. But they have two? Do they have two? That's the question. I doubt it. Nice, nice. What are you doing right now? Do you want to party up, Kettle? No, Pulverize is nowhere near overpowered, and Pulverize is not broken. But it is much better. It's just not anywhere close to, like, God tier. Tornadoes is definitely most likely still better, if not obviously still better. And then, you know, every bugged build like Wind Shear this season is still going to be better than Pulverize. But Pulverize is more fun. I will say that. Pulverize is more fun to play. Yeah, we got to get that patch, bro. We got to get that patch for Druid. It's like buff Lightning Storm by 900% because, you know, buff every skill by 900%. Like, that's what we need. We need them to destroy shepherds and buff every skill by 900%. Just that patch that just one line of text that just says Druid buff by 900%, shepherds taken out of the game. That's the dream right there. Let's see what we have. Of course, life per second. I might end up going crit chance on both the rings and skipping the willpower. Crit damage. I don't know. I might just pick up the willpower. That's a good ring. I can roll off the damage over time. I wouldn't do that, but I need the crafting materials. Yeah, I've made so many videos on the Druid and all the issues, and I'm gonna make more. Like, I plan on making one tomorrow. I'm probably gonna make a series just going over all the things I think that they need to change with the class over, you know, before season 5 or during season 5. But at the end of the day, like, like I said earlier, I was pretty nerf-minded with the Barb. I'm like, Barb needs to be nerfed. Every other class is nowhere close. Yada, yada, yada. But it's not where they're at with the game. They just seem to want to buff everything. So I hope for Season 5, they take every single class and bring it up to Barb. Like, just bring every class up to Barb level. That way, when Season 6 comes, we're not sitting here waiting for classes to be fixed while we have a brand new class in the game. Just bring everything up to Barb level, call it a day, make World Tier 5, make super uber tormented uber bosses, and then we'll all be happy with big numbers, and that's it. Yeah, Season 6 is going to be the expansion, so it's like that's going to bring a whole new class into the game, new Paragon boards, new skills, and it's like, do we really want to be having the same issue where it's Barblow Season 4, Barblow Season 5 all over again? And all the other classes are just praying for a bug that makes them even comparable to some degree. Because it's not just Druid. Like, every class is not even close to Barbarian. It's not even close. Barb can literally make any build and it'd be good. Every other class has like 1 or 2 builds each season, and typically they're based off of a bug. And I'm not saying Barb doesn't have its own bugs, but, you know, clearly they're supposed to have a multiplicative stacking affix on their basic skill that can kill every single thing in the game. Like, I mean, I guess that's supposed to be there. And I'd be inclined to believe that the new class is going to be pretty strong. I mean, I would imagine it's going to be incredibly strong, considering that's like par for the course for games when they put out an expansion in a new class. They always make it really overpowered, and then they nerf it into the ground, and no one plays it, and then they bring it back up later on. It's usually the pathway for most new classes. So I fully expect that Spiritborn class to be really powerful, a lot of fun in Season 6. And I'm definitely going to be trying it out, but I just hope that my my beautiful druid here can at least, you know, keep up to some degree. And the fact that I think they're going to be bringing out more multiplayer content too. Yo, if I had the money to do it and I could just do that like on a whim, I would definitely do that. I would be so petty. They'd be like, this guy's just, this guy needs to grow up. I'd be like, I don't care. He's like, give me my druid power. My wife would probably stop me. Or maybe she would join me in solidarity. I don't know. I know my sons, they would probably join me, but they, you know, that's just... One's a baby and one's 4 years old, so... That's not really a hard crowd to win over. Does anybody else have some hearts, guys? I only have 9. What's up? Come on. I'm over here just dropping... I better go get my chest after this one. This guy's not helping me at all. I gotta try out a Tormented boss too. We'll do a Tormented boss after the Helltide. I want to see how long it takes me to kill a maybe a Duriel. I don't want to run around a map for Andariel. I just feel like just trying out something that's not too mechanic intensive. Plus, Duriel's big and chunky, so it's hard for your skills to miss. What do we got? 3 minutes. Let's go break this stuff down. Try out an Uber Duriel. Can we kill a Tormented boss in reasonable time with trash gear? With this setup? I would imagine we probably can. It probably will take like 5 minutes or so. And we have to dodge the mechanics, which is unfortunate. And we're not very tanky. Let's go open up our chest so we don't waste anything. I wish they would make the living still chest drop items. I'm not sure why they don't drop items. Considering they cost so much, they should definitely drop some kind of gear.
I appreciate that.
No problem, Mikey. My man had him slumped over. Come on. Where's our closest? We'll go ahead and grab that because we don't have really time. Can we get it? Oh, all right. I'm stuck. Was that mine or somebody? That was somebody else's just hanging out. Like, what's going on? Everybody's running away. I guess we'll stay here. Bye-bye. Let's see if we can't get this chest. Not waste 200. Hey, leg guards. That's the first greater affix I'm gonna try to roll. Is my my armor. Not greater affix, but masterworking crit. All right, we got a couple GAs here. We'll keep the axe. Definitely keep the HP there. I need to look on the market and see what I can sell, so that way I can stack up some gold. I stacked up like 400 mil just selling stuff on hardcore when I was doing my hardcore pit push for my build guide. Let me see, yeah. You have 2 Stygian stones. I think I have enough Duriel mats to do, what do I need? Toss that back in there. Toss that in there. So we need 6. We need 6 and 6. We can do that real fast. Let's go farm up Uber Duriel. Or Tormented Uber Duriel, and then we'll do Tormented Uber Duriel. Starting off with the big ugly Varshan. So we gotta do 6 of these, and then 6 of the Saint, and then we'll go do our Tormented Duriel kill. And thankfully, we won't have to leave that Tormented Duriel if we can't kill it. Yeah, just to get this kind of movement speed, you'd have to, with Banished Lords, you'd have to have a GA of movement speed on the boots with the Digigrade Gate. Also, I do want to mention that, and I'll probably try to, I'll try to get some gameplay footage of Pulverize missing enemies. But I've been having a really, like, through playing landslide builds like Trample Slide and playing Pulverize, Shockwave. You know, I've noticed that there's a chance that when you're attacking enemies that are either very small or floating in the air, that your damage will just completely miss them. And I think this is really apparent if you play like a damage to close type build where you're up and close, where you're up close and personal with the enemies and stuff. It's like your damage just completely bypasses them. I don't know if anybody else has had that issue before. Yeah, so what I would do, Jet, is I would give every single class more weapon slots. Like for the Druid, I would have the Druid have a 2-hand staff slot and then a 1-hand and totem slot, right? The most basic thing I would do for the Druid to make it better is I would give it a 2-hand slot for your staff, and then because Druid's damage is largely based off of crit damage multipliers, I would let Druid use swords. It's really weird that Druid can't use swords, or at least one-hand swords, when all of your damage is largely based off of like crit damage multipliers, and swords are the only thing that gives you crit damage. So it would be nice if they would actually do that. I've said that like a million times. Like axes, damage to healthy, like you definitely... I feel like axes should be changed to damage while healthy, not damage to healthy enemies. That's probably the best way to work axes. But that would do a lot. Like, we would have a 2-hand aspect we can always have. We would have extra stats there. And then having swords would be able to, we'd be able to build up crit damage much easier with our build. So that's the first thing I would do. And I think that would do, like, just having that done would probably bring Druid in line with every class outside of Barbarian. But definitely the swords, man. The swords are such a necessity. I don't know why they can't, why they thought, you know, giving us axes. I think it's from the previous, I don't know if Druids had swords in Diablo 2. I can't remember if they could equip them, because I was always playing with like a staff or something in Resurrection. So if you're just joining, guys, we're just farming up Tormented Duriel mats because I don't have any in Softcore. And then we're going to run a Tormented Duriel to see how fast I can kill Tormented Duriel with trashy gear. So if you want to see my gear, have a regular God Slayer, regular Unstable Fury, mid gloves, good pants, but I haven't masterworked them, mid boots, mid everything, and nothing really special. This amulet's trash. Ring has got the crit chance. That's what I'm really looking for. So we're going to see if we cleared a tier 90, and I'll do that again. We'll do some more tier 90s just to kind of test things out. But we're going to do Tormented Duriel and then probably do some more tier 90 stuff just to continue to refine it. I think this is actually how I'm going to set it up, though. I think this is perfect the way it is. You see how the damage just like bypassed? Like 3 shots, the damage looked like it just bypassed Varshan. It barely did anything. We need one more egg, and then we need to farm up the shards. We should be good after that. We might even try to push a little bit of the pit. I think I've done 93 or so on Softcore so far. Nothing too... Alright, so that should be 6. And then, ooh, can't pass up on that. Let's just run that real fast. Especially because I have nothing. I have no money. I have no, I have nothing on this character. Oh, I gotta change my staff too. No, it's over here. Come on, Werebear. I'm jealous. Oh. You know what I hope they bring out in Season 5? I hope they give us a map we can bring up on our screen. Just a nice little overlay. Something where we're not looking up in the corner. That would help out so much in hardcore. Holy cow. And also the ability to position it. Like, I'd love to put like an overlay in the top left side of my screen. Just a larger version of the map. But it, you know, it's like a transparent overlay top left. So I could kind of visualize where I'm at without looking on the little tiny box up here. It'd be nice if we could get the overlay and then also take the map off of our screen, like in the top right, just take that off. Hey, what's up, Carlos? So I did the pit tier 90 with trash gear, and it was pretty easy. Got to the boss. Obviously, the boss I struggled, mainly because I don't have my resource generation set up right. But I think I've made some really nice tweaks to my initial build that I made at the beginning of the season, and I think this one is actually really good. And I think that if I have the right gear, it's possible to push into like tier 100, tier 1, maybe 110, 115. I would say if with the right gear, the right affix rolls, greater affixes, and the right crits on the gear pieces, I think you could definitely push into some decently high pit tiers with it. Ultimately, though, I think you're still going to be brought down by your boss damage. Like, that's going to be the hardest part, is the boss damage. Like, scaling that boss, like, single target focused, it's just not easy. So, whatever the boss's health is, that's going to stop you. But I like this, the way I have it set up right now, I think, with the Paragon board, with the affixes, the temperings, and everything, I think it will be really, really good. I just have to make the update video, and then I also have to swap stuff around on the initial build planner, so that way it matches the build planner I have currently for the updated version. I gotta break this stuff down anyway. I'm actually thinking I'm loving this Godslayer, bro. 120 plus Pulverize today? Oh, okay. Yeah, I would figure someone could definitely, like, it could get up there. Yeah, Druid's my main. Yeah, with really good gear, you can definitely get it up there. I just wouldn't recommend hardcore. All right. What's up, Chuck? How you doing, brother? Now, if Matt, were they using a pure Overpower setup when they pushed that 120, and what was their gear looking like? Because I'd imagine you'd save, well, also the boss's health is really low, but I imagine you're going to save so much time getting into, you'll be able to kill all the trash packs super easy. It's going to be the bosses that hold you back. So we're going to get six shards from here, and then we'll do the Tormented Duriel run. So just in case, I'll just go over my gear for you guys real fast one time. Just a standard Godslayer, Satable Fury, mid gloves, pants, boots. Nothing crazy. Super easy to get. And the way I'm building it out is through crit damage, using crit damage here. It's kind of a hybrid. So we're doing more crit damage focus, so that way you have damage between your overpowers. We're still going overpower a little bit. The big one is this node here, Nature's Reach. This really helps keep you. You can hit far away, like almost pretty much off screen with your Pulverize. But this is hitting. You know, this gives us another 45x clarity with everything else that we have in our Paragon board with Shapeshifter. We don't have to go too crazy. Actually, we don't have to roll any crit chance on our weapons and jewelry pieces, so we can just go ahead and grab up another damage modifier. Like I like damage to distant, and when you get the best gear, obviously like greater affix crit chance on the gloves, on the jewelry pieces. Combine that with your clarity buff as well as your shapeshift buff. You're always going to have 100% crit chance, and you won't need to invest in anything outside of that. Obviously, if I had a Starless Skies is what I'm looking for, so to get rid of Umbral, I want Starless Skies here, then I can get rid of Quicksand, and I can roll something like Metamorphosis to give me Unstoppable. And it just works really well that way, in my opinion. It gives you that damage outside of your overpowers, but when you do overpower, there's enough that we've put into overpower that it still is noticeable increase in your damage. Maybe we'll get lucky and get a better Unsatiable Fury. I don't like... See, here's the thing, Matt. I'm really big on movement speed, and I cannot stand Banished Lords because it has no movement speed on it. And ultimately, I think that you get more out of your Shepherd's aspect than you do having Banished Lords and putting Shepherds on a ring and then losing an aspect slot there. So you can have Starless Skies, Shepherds on the Amulet, and another damage modifier like Stampede or Changeling's Debt, versus just having Banished Lords, Shepherds on the ring, and then Starless Skies. And you're losing not just that, but you're also losing the Temperings. And then you also have to take into account that you don't always see the buff on your UI, on your bar there. So it's hard to kind of time your damage around that overpower sometimes. It just ultimately feels incredibly clunky to me, and I don't really see a large damage increase. Plus, with the fact of losing movement speed, I absolutely hate it. It makes it where you have to basically get a greater affix roll on your boots of movement speed just to feel good in terms of playing the build overall. When everyone else is running around super fast, you're slowly moving, you know, it's really annoying. So ultimately I go away from it. Like, I don't really like it. It doesn't fit my play style, and I prefer to have something that gives me that movement speed. I still get a nice chunk of damage, you know, and I'm not losing any of my temperings. Because having 2 Digigrade gate rolls on your temperings just feels so good for your movement speed. Now you've seen that there. There's no way that my overpower damage did not bypass him. And I think that's the bigger issue with Earth skills, or any ground targeted skills. It's like if an enemy's small, or if the enemy is floating in the air, or even just in general, sometimes your damage will just bypass them completely. It won't even hit them. It'll just bypass the enemy completely. Hey, what's up, Karma? How you doing? But I'll probably make this build video today, just updating the build, and then I'll try to work on the gear in Softcore. Like I said, I have not played Softcore the whole season, really. And I have no gold. I need all kinds of stuff, you know. I'm pretty good. How are you doing, man? Oh, doing good, so that's good to see. We are just trying out this Pulverize with some poverty gear here. I'm just doing poverty gear Pulverize because that's all I got right now. Also, I wanted to find a way of working in... I'd love to find a way to work in Wildheart, the boots, but I mean, it just, man, it just slows you down. It makes me feel like I'm moving so slow. Like, I could probably push higher tiers with it, but it would just feel bad. So far, it feels pretty good. So far it feels pretty good. I definitely, you know, it clears out trash really easily. When you get to bosses, it can struggle, but I don't have my setup perfectly. So once I start to work on the gear, and oh, that's a nice, never mind. Once I start working on the gear and once I get a Starless Skies, that'll probably change. I do have this Shaco, but I'm not using it for the sake of just testing everything with very easy to obtain gear, because I know a lot of people will probably be trying out Pulverize for the first time and they won't have access to a lot of the different, you know, higher end gear pieces, especially if they're not like blasting the game like crazy and they don't have Ubers. No Banished Swords. I just gave my spill on Banished Swords. I don't really like Banished Swords. I feel like you sacrifice so much to have Banished Swords. You sacrifice a lot of movement speed, you sacrifice temperings, you sacrifice affixes that give you multiplicative damage. And ultimately, I feel like it's a wash. I don't think that, you know, I don't feel like just going all the way into Overpower is really worth it. Although I haven't had the opportunity to actually test out like just straight Overpower with all the buffs. I would still probably not run it even if it was better, just because I cannot stand moving slow. Yeah, Uber Uniques are account bound. You can't trade them. Alright, so we got 6 and 6. Let's go do Tormented Duriel with our gear setup. So again, because I don't have everything good with my spirit generation, it requires me to move in and out on the boss. I haven't done the ultimate bear, mainly because I'm playing around Clarity, and you can't use your companions in Clarity. However, I think doing an ultimate bear would be a lot of fun, because I don't think you would lose too, I don't know. You could have 100% uptime on the ultimate, and you could use different skills. So I would probably try it out if I had the time to try it out later on. I don't have the gear right now either, so it kind of makes it hard. So I almost have to like gear myself towards one specific way of playing. But yeah, you can definitely try that out too. I think it would be worth a shot. Ultimately, though, my biggest issue with anything in terms of, you know, Grizzly Rage is the fact that you can't reapply the buff while you're inside of Grizzly Rage, so it's really frustrating. I wish they would change that. I wish they would make it where you could refresh your ultimate while still in the ultimate. I'm not sure why you can't, so it makes it where you always have to come out of your ultimate and then go back into your ultimate. Obviously, if you could, you'd constantly get that stacking damage buff, but they could cap that out or they could just make it refresh. All right, so here we go. See what we can do. They could just make it refresh when you recast the skill. Oh no, definitely gonna not make this one. Oh. Yeah, I don't think we have the gear just yet for the Tormented boss. I'll try it again, though. What's up, my son? I could hear him in there talking up a storm. Oh. That's why I need that resource generation on my boots, man. It makes things a lot better. spitting the stupid poison nuggets.
I must wait a moment.
Yeah, I would not recommend doing it with his gear, but we're gonna keep trying. I'm stuck. Can't even move. Oh, the Starless Skies ring, like I said, would be perfect. Like, if I had the Starless Skies, I wouldn't have these issues. Like, I wouldn't have to back up. If I had the Spirit Restore on my boots and the Starless Skies, I wouldn't have to do this thing where I have to go in and hit the boss and then back up. I can just constantly spam my skill, get my resources back. It's a perfect... obviously, it's perfect for this setup. I might go ahead and swap in my Shaco, just so I get a little bit more damage. I gotta remember to stay behind my pets when he starts to spit those stupid, Stop using my potions like crazy. Wait for my, debilitating roar to come out. Oh, that was an accident. That was a mistake. I shouldn't have used my debilitating roar and a potion. Made it this far. Oh, why did I do that? I keep using a potion out of habit. That's all. Out of habit, I keep spamming my potion. I gotta stop doing that. Oh, he got me. Let me pick up that potion before it disappears. Don't you wish your poison creeper could affect the bosses? At least like the active effect of it? Like, I wish it could, man. It would be so nice if your poison creeper could do that. I can't see if he's going to use this little poison nugget thing. Stick behind my pets here. Okay, that was a good lure there. Oh, come on. I thought I turned around. No, you don't hit me. Ah. Okay, we're getting there. We're almost there. I got some potions to use, so. We almost got him stunned. There we go. There it is. Bang! No wonder. I'm using bad gear, bro. My gear is trash. Like, all of it. Like, this... I don't have anything in softcore. I don't have gold because I've been playing hardcore pretty much all season like a hard-headed idiot. But, I have bad gear, so this is nothing here, you know, normal, Insatiable Fury, Godslayer, mid everything else. Nothing special. I'd put some masterworking here, but I got Pulverize size, which isn't necessary. So it's not weak. I'm just using really bad gear. I cleared a tier 90 already with it, with bad gear, and I just did a Tormented boss with bad gear, so. I also got trash for my, reward for that. So, that's okay. That's fine. We'll go with that. I'll sell all this, that way I actually get, some gold off of it. But, there was a Matt posted out that someone already did 120 pit plus with on pit. Obviously, they also reduced the health on bosses, so that's a big reason why. But it definitely can climb up there. All right, so back to pit, and we'll just start pushing to see how far we can get with this gear. Without upgrading anything. So it's significantly stronger. I personally play a crit-based build that I like. However, I did a hybrid here. So I don't run Banished Swords because I feel like I give up way too much to run it. But with the damage changes and the reduction of, you know, cooldown on several things that affect overpowers, like your provocation as well as Obsidian Slam, and I think that in the fact that you get a big multiplier to your Pulverize here for your overpower, it definitely feels like they've done a pretty decent job at bringing it up. Now, it is not anywhere near any top tier build. I think unless there's some kind of double dipping bug with it, I don't think that was enough to bring it in line with like your best, you know, druid builds. Like I said, unless there's some kind of double dipping bug in the overpower mechanic with the way that they changed it, which I wouldn't doubt it if that was the case. But it definitely is up there with, say, things like Lightning Storm. You could probably push it close to that. You could probably push it close to like a Wolves build, things like that. World boss in a minute. Okay. We'll go do the world boss and then we'll jump into the pit. Let me try to roll Spirit on these boots real fast. I highly doubt I will get it because I have really bad luck. I need the armor for right now, though. That's what I'll do. I don't have the gold to reset, but maybe I'll get lucky with these pants and get the perfect masterwork on my armor, and then I'll be able to roll the... If not, I'll have to reset them. Let me go ahead and get the... I don't have time to carry a Varshan with this setup. it would take way too long, and I would probably die at least 10 or 20 times. But definitely I'll help you later. Like with something, once I have my softcore character built up with my money and my gear, then I'll definitely be carrying people through stuff. But with it the way it is, I cannot. It would be a waste of both of our times. The world boss is going to be dead by the time I get there.
I need time to do that.
I should have went through the other waypoint.
I need more time.
Oh, I made it just in time. And it's dead. Oh my god, that's hilarious. All right. Oh, I mean, let me unsocket, unsocket that. Sell that. I'm just gonna sell that too. I'll break it down. I'll need extra boots. All right, let's do 93. I haven't really pushed too far in pit with this in softcore, so see how far we can get with this setup. This is just again, this is why I like to have Godslayer, because you can just every time you get to an elite pack, you can pretty much have a Godslayer ready, and then just blow that pack up super fast. We'll just have to be very careful on the bosses so we don't like die too much. One or two deaths is not too bad. But with Shaco, we can pull off our wolves and stuff because we don't need the skill point for wolves. We're not really going into like the fortify or anything for the wolves. So you have a few skill points you can take off. Make yourself a little bit tankier with mending or something like that. Man, I would love to see how far I can get this. I'll probably work on this stuff throughout the season, the rest of the season. I like Pulverize. Gotta love the random TP out of nowhere. Oh, lethal shrine. Now we don't have to shapeshift. Oh, just run through everything. That's another thing I like about it. Once you get that lethal shrine, it actually has a benefit. You see a huge benefit of having that 100x crit chance. If you could only take that into the boss, like if you got lucky. Oh, goodness. We're gonna have to find out what the new meta is, like what the mid meta would be for Druid. Like what's the highest in build? Probably obviously still Wind Shear. The real question is, can Barb now push tier 200 with the changes? Just like the developers wanted. I think that's what the real question is. Oh, I should have hit my debilitating roar. Oh, caught me right on the edge there. I can't see. I can't even see where the circle was. Oh my god. That sucks. Alright, back again. Yeah, I think you could probably clear up to 100 with Stormclaw. I'm gonna make a build in hardcore for Stormclaw, but it will apply to softcore too. These are pretty favorable. Boss mechanics. I'm not too unhappy with it. Just having to deal with them for a lot of time. Just heal up real fast. Dude, come on. It's so hard to see the circle sometimes. I'm trying to make sure I'm not getting poisoned by this silly snake lady. Get back away. Almost got double stunned. Let me run around. These poisoning things. All this for a boss kill. What is it? Okay. The most favorable Lilith mechanic, just a triangle. That's not too bad. Unless it spawns right, spawns you in the middle. I could probably equip something that might help me out with my Spirit Gen on bosses. Like, what is it? Bold Chieftain, I think is the name of it. Yeah. Okay, we should just be able to... Damn. Die, yo. Die. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. All right. Okay. All right. Well, there's 93 with trashy gear. I have not tested the boulder yet. I haven't had time. There's so many things to try. Alrighty. Let's repair this stuff.
I need more time.
There's power in this stone. Come have a look.
Let me see if I can get lucky with the vendor here. What do I need the most? What do I need the most? I'm good on the pants. Probably need a good set of gloves. Probably an amulet. I don't know what I need the most. I need a Starless Skies the most. That's what I need the most. We'll try gloves. See if we can get Master GA to Pulverize.
Go one more.
Other than that, I'm pretty happy with how the gloves look right now. Oh, yeah. Let me do the, craft like 100 of these real fast.
I and nails. What do you need? You're protected, yeah?
That's not what I wanted to do. Armor. Max life. Armor. Let me try one more time. Armor? Yes. Okay. Nice. Now that we have no more gold. I still need to masterwork at some. Let me see. Doesn't have to be perfect.
More fair than I thought. My hammer sings on your return.
See, how much armor is that over cap? I don't think it's quite there yet. I would probably need to level it up a little bit more.
Give it a go.
Let's grab a pair of boots here. So it's not too far off. But I need a whole second crit on that, though. That's the question. Not while I'm in werebear form, that's for sure. I don't know. And then use an armor potion. That's the only way I think that we could. And then maybe a that and an elixir or an incense. Bang. Yeah, well, it did get somewhat of a buff. It got a buff through like it got a buff through the some of the changes they made to the aspects. Some of the changes they made to the aspects gave it a little bit of a buff. That double HP, boy. I think I'm lagging a little bit there. I think I hit a 40 mil there with the overpower crit. Yeah, I definitely think with the right masterworks, I could hit over 100 mil with this setup. And the right gear pieces. Like max out damage to distance, get that crit up. Would probably hit well over 100 mil. And we'd have that pretty consistent damage through our crit chance and everything, crit damage. That's what I was looking for. Just having that small change to the amount of to having that region on our boots is so helpful. It's gonna pay off a lot more in the boss than anything. Just had to have something there, or else I don't think I'd be able to get the tier 100 with this gear. Come here. I almost want to say I'd swap out like swap out the boots for Metamorphosis, or maybe even Exploit, like have an Exploiter on for when the enemies become unstoppable. That big giant multiplier for unstoppable enemies is ridiculous. Yeah, I like the subterranean because it helps with spirit. This helps proc your spirit restore. And once you have high-end gear, yeah, you probably don't even need it. But I don't have any high-end gear on any of my characters. I don't farm enough to do that. I get kind of bored really fast with stuff like that, so I constantly swap builds. Plus, I've died in hardcore, so I've lost decent gear there. So I don't really have any like high-end gear pieces. I wonder if just having a rank to Raven's size would be good, just to give you that extra crit boost in the early game. With like gear like I have currently. It's not a whole lot, but it is something. 8% definitely kind of carries you to a few more crits. Yeah, that Godslayer's so good. Just pulls everything together. Yeah, clearing packs easy. Killing boss, that's where you start to fall off. Thankfully, we got a pretty decent boss here. Ooh, and the first one is just a Bone Lord, so. We gotta make sure we hit the boss with our Man, just imagine if I had a greater affix on that Spirit Return. If I had that with the Starless Skies, I'm just spamming. I would be just spamming Pulverize forever. Ooh, oh my god, that was a well-timed boss attack there. Get hit by those tornadoes. Oh, good. Oh, oh, boy. Oh, man. It would have been nice to have Metamorphosis right there. That was my fault. Kind of put myself in that position. I didn't even see the wind. That's a lot of little pyres. All right. We're almost back to where we were at. Oh my god, dude. Trapped in the corner by tornadoes. Come here, man. He's formed himself a little, there we go. Formed himself a little blockade there. Yeah, that's it. Starless Skies and maybe a GA on the Spirit Return, and I'd be set for Spirit Restore on the build. I have all that set up in the planner, I just don't have the gear, so. Like, if I had the Spirit Return, the Spirit Restore here, GA there, like, I think you can pump it to like 8, 9, or 10. That'd be really good. That Starless Skies would just set me up. Plus, it would give me that 50x damage, too, outside of, and I wouldn't have to have Umbral on. That'd be a massive damage increase. Massive damage increase. And then obviously if I got like a GA on Overpower, on my Insatiable Fury, stuff like that. I also, like I said, I have a Shaco. But I'm not sure if Shaco is better than Godslayer. I really like the feeling of pulling everything together for Pulverize and kind of like just blowing it up with that Godslayer. I can time it pretty well with my Poison Creeper. So it's like, you know, it's not necessarily that really, you know, it's not hard to do. And it pretty much blows up an elite pack. Yeah, I think we can get 100 with Poverty Gear. Now that the bosses aren't quite as tanky. Oh. Yeah, if I had that Starless 2 Metamorphosis charges, oh my god. Probably not charges, but talk about a quality of life change, having Overpower. Look at how I pulled it through the pillar here. I just love how far you can hit enemies. There we go. Alright, hopefully we have a smoother time after that. Let's see what happens when we pull these guys together. Easy. Golly. This is actually, I'm actually having a good time. Oh my god, the Pulverize is real. So much better than playing Wind Shear, playing everything else. Now, if they could only do the same for, like, other fun stuff. Like, I don't really think Tornado's that fun. It's too slow for me. I like the positioning and stuff on the, Yeah, again, there's Metamorphosis. One meta right there, and I don't die. Oh, it didn't get them. I was hoping I could pull with the pets while they have the bubble up, but... Can this guy die to make it where I can actually deal damage? I would really appreciate it. Yeah, I'm telling you, they need to, like, make that bubble have a cooldown. I feel like the best way they could make that function is like a 2-second uptime, 2-second downtime. I think it's probably electrified obelisks, walls, and those bubbles are the worst monster modifiers. And they really changed the way you can play. Like, as soon as you run into those bubble guys, it's like all of your damage is negated unless you get inside the bubble or you stun them outside of the bubble. It just feels too strong. Like, the armor guys are annoying, but they're weak, right? You hit them and they die really fast. The bubble guys are like, you know, you get those guys coupled with a bunch of the enemies that have like the exploding supernovas and stuff that run after you super fast, and you're like running for your life. It's just two completely different feelings. And there's really no way to outplay that mechanic other than just straight up face tanking and blowing up that bubble guy. Same thing with the electrified obelisks. Like, those should be targetable and they should be able to be broken. And walls should be able to be broken no matter where you hit them. I feel like doing that, especially with the way the walls actually spawn. I've had some crazy wall spawns, and it just clearly isn't working the way they want it to. So I feel like if they would just make it where you could break the wall, no matter wherever you hit it, it would make waller enemies just not feel so ridiculous. I mean, if you don't have Metamorphosis or some decent form of Unstoppable when you run into a waller enemy, it just feels really bad sometimes. All right, here we go. Tier 97. Oh, and a tanky boss. Ugh. Not the sea hag. Oh, well, never mind. She's a small sea hag. Maybe that first hit was just luck. I will say this about the thick girl. She's super easy to hit with Pulverize or Landslide. Oh god, that was an accident. I can't believe I dodged into that. I was not aiming that direction, but I think it was just enough to kind of push me there. Mistakes were made. I feel like I'm pretty tanky. Yeah, look at how many Pulverizes with just that small change. I'm getting so many more just having that little bit of regen. throwing the Kamehameha wave at me. She's almost stunned. Get me out. Yo, did anybody see the Game of Thrones episode last night? I was, man, I'm gonna tell you what, the ending to that episode made no sense to me. I don't want to spoil it if you guys haven't seen it or if you're not interested, but wow. It must be hard times at the castle, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna die here. Nope, I had to. I'm gonna have to be careful with my evades now. I don't want to get stuck without 2 evades up. That'll... What if this boss didn't reset? Oh my god, man, I gotta be careful, bro. I'm just evade spamming like crazy. What if the boss did not reset the little puddles? Oh no. There we go. Get rid of some of these wretches. There it is. Yeah, if I have the space for it. Please make this Doom build use a shield. That would be impressive. I don't think I could do that. Yeah, I don't have the room for Ghost Walker. I need that quicksand right now. Quicksand gives me my that restore that I need for the build while I have crappy gear.
There's power in the stone. Come and have a look.
Not while I'm in town.
What's still got some good in it?
Okie dokie. Oh, speaking of Ghost Walker, bro, look what I got. I got a Ghost Walker aspect. Oh, that's kind of funny. That's funny.
Needs of you.
I make another armor instant. All right, here we go. Poverty gear. Oh, come on. It didn't not fast enough for 100. Almost killed myself. There we go. Yeah, if I could have Wild Heart boots on, oh my goodness, man, the damage would be crazy. But I'd have to play like damage to close. I'll set up a build for damage to close too, so that way if anybody wants to try like a Wild Heart setup with damage to close, you can. But I ain't trying to do all that. Because then you can get that gen off of your melee attack and that melee attack is required for your shapeshifter. Also, you could use Fang and Claw, which would be really good for damage reduction. I'm not damage reduction, but more damage too from damage to close. I have Werebear on right now. I almost want to see what exploit would feel like, but I'd have to level up the glyph. I'm sure it wouldn't feel good on the boss. That losing that damage reduction, like you'd have like just that moment of vulnerability. They need to buff. They need to buff up that glyph. Vulnerability needs to be. If you're gonna dedicate a whole glyph slot to vulnerability, you should be able to apply that vulnerability without much difficulty. Not like 3 seconds on a 20-second cooldown. That's a bit excessive. Like you barely get vulnerability at that point. And they haven't changed it since the launch of the game. I would still use the crit damage for Tornado. I would still use the crit damage, bro. The 10% crit looks good, but if you get the right gear, you don't really need more than, you know, that's just an extra 5% than what you would have gotten previously. And I think that multiplier on your crit damage is going to give you way more damage overall. But what you could, dang it, but what you could do is just swap it. You know, swap it back and forth, test it out, see if it fits the way you like to play. Maybe you could, I just think that if it was more than 5%, like you can get such high crit chance off your gear pieces, and then just it almost makes it pointless just for that extra 5% after the buff. I think I'm moving into the territory where I might want to use my Shaco. Or maybe I'm just having really bad luck with these guys. Just pull them further in. Yeah, just having bad luck with them. I'm gonna have to be a little faster on the boss this time just because we died. Kind of all over the place there. And that's why I like Godslayer. Look at that. Just pulls them. I've seen a 58 million. Oh my god, just cleared the whole room out. Alrighty, that was easy. Ooh, not a bad boss to have. I don't like all the AoEs, but, you know, it's not too bad. His Paul's there for the Adelias. You never know what he's fit to do. Make sure we have a decent amount of spirit for when we stun him up. We're down to one pup. This is where I think having a damage to close build would be nice. But I really, really like what this offers you when you're actually clearing the dungeon. Like, not needing to worry about dying too much because you can stay back out of the packs of enemies. Man, those little damage puddles hit so hard. Oh snap, I didn't see him call the wolves. The bosses, they nerfed a lot. I don't think they nerfed any of the monsters. I think the bosses, they brought down their health a lot, but the monsters, I don't believe they nerfed. I didn't see anything, I remember, off the patch notes about the actual trash in the pit. I know the bosses lost a considerable amount of HP. Do you think the wolves feel some type of way that I use them as a meat shield? Where you at? You know, I really wish they hadn't have changed the survival instincts or inner beast. I wish they wouldn't have changed that to reset the resource cost reduction once you hit 10 stacks. I feel like that was a huge, like, they made it where you have to stack it 10 times, and then once you stack it 10 times, you get like you get a cooldown to your ultimate skill. I feel like that was a big nerf. No one was trying to use that as a way to cool down your ultimate. I don't know why they did that. I would have preferred to them just to increase it and make it better. And then, come on now, where are you at, Wolf? And then, you know, keep it the way it was, where it was so much more useful as a way to keep your spirit in line, like, with I mean, just keep your spirit restore up. I had a stroke right there. I don't know what happened to my mouth. I don't know. Oh, they're coming this way. Okay, that's not the... There we go. 99. Trashy gear. What's up, brother? Oh, the season's been great, man. The new season's awesome. It's not... I just have bad gear funk. I have bad gear, brother. Like, I have Godslayer, normal Insatiable Fury, gloves are normal, pants, boots, everything is really not that. I need a Ring of Star. If I had a Ring of Starless Skies and a greater affix on the Spirit per second, I would have no issue. And if I probably need to reset these to get the greater, to get the crit on the Spirit Restore, and then I probably continue to. But I'm just trying to. I haven't played Softcore the whole season, so I'm trying to see where I can push this build without really good gear, because I don't have it, and I don't have all the gold either. As you can see, I have 2 mil gold. All my stuff is on hardcore.
I cannot do that here.
But yeah, Harry, the season's been really good. It's been pretty amazing. Not for the Druid. Obviously, the Druid has not really been given too much, but you know, we'll see what happens in Season 5. Hopefully, they address all the classes and buff all the classes to be in line with Barbarian by the time Season 5 hits, and Season 6 as well, because of the expansion. I don't have the stuff to farm Duriel like that right now, Odyssey, Gamer. I'll just call you Gamer. Yeah, so the way I have it set up, Funk, so I would have either Godslayer here or Harlequin. I probably think Godslayer. I like the pull and the ease of use when you're clearing like trash packs. Insatiable Fury. I'd love to have a greater affix to Pulverize on the gloves with also crit chance. Either or would be fine there, or both of them. Pants are... This is how I want my pants to cap my armor without needing to use another piece of gear. I'd probably have to get a double crit on the armor, but that's probably more manageable than, you know. The boots, greater affix of Spirit Return. A better weapon. Obviously, this is just a normal weapon. Ring of Starless Skies over the top of my Umbral aspect would be amazing. It would pretty much solve all my resource cost issues. Then for the, you know, ring here, crit chance, greater affix, just pump up the crit chance. And the same with the necklace. Max life, crit chance, and then probably either quick shift or ranks to Envenom passive would probably be the optimal necklace. I'm not sure which one. But yeah, if I had the best gear, that's probably what I would have. And then it would be really good. But I'm just showing like what it can do without all that. Obviously, most players probably don't have the time to do all of that and get the best. It literally costs billions of gold to get perfect rolled gear. So I know I don't have the time to do that, and I know a lot of other people don't have the time to do that. Yeah, sure. We'll get together and play some. Let me just get to tier 100, and then we can do some group pit runs. If you guys want to do some group pit runs, my battle tag is in the description of the video, and we can run some stuff if you guys want. All right, let's go ahead and try the tier 100. So we got to do our armor. Make sure we don't. Okay, tier 100, trashy gear. I always hate when it starts off with snakes. Oh, I got the pull, but not the knockdown on the shield. That's nice. Yeah, no problem, brother. I'm just trying to get this 100 with this gear, because I think it's a nice little place to have. Like, if you can push a tier 100 with bad gear, that's definitely, like, I know my build functions the way I want it to for other people to try it out. I just hate putting stuff out there that I think is going to be, like, questionable. Like, oh, will this work? Will this not work? I don't have the gear, but I can at least do this. I think this kind of shows that you can do quite a bit, even if you don't have the best in slot gear. No, I'm not on hardcore. I'm not on hardcore right now. This is a softcore. I wouldn't play this on hardcore. It'd be much tankier, and I probably still wouldn't play it on hardcore. For hardcore, I like ease of use stuff. Like, this is softcore. Yeah. I like to make... It's already annoying enough sometimes with some of the mechanics. I have some funny deaths this season on hardcore. I had one death where an obelisk, like, literally penetrated my character and stuck me in place and I couldn't move. That was always fun. Then I had lunatics and a wall spawn inside of my character model also. That was a lot of fun. That was while I was making my Temerity wind shear build. I'll probably do some hardcore farming on that at the end of the stream here. But we'll do softcore stuff. I need to get the gear up on that anyway. I posted that the videos out on Reddit, Kettle, about the Temerity and everything, showing that you could use Temerity easily to clear the tier 100 and everything. Crickets, bro. Those guys who were sitting there like talking like you couldn't use Temerity, it was trash, this, that, and the third. Nothing to say, man. It was very it felt pretty good. But then I had someone come in the comment of my video and be like, Temerity's really bad, you can't get past 90 with it. And I'm like, bro, I have a tier 100 clear with it in the video on hardcore. Like, how in the world are you telling me Temerity is bad? Just because you don't know how to play with it doesn't mean it's bad. It's like, how is effectively double your health ever a bad thing? With like constant regen, how could you tell me that that's a bad thing? And they buff potions? It's like, it doesn't make any sense. I swear, like, sometimes I feel like people get in their little bubbles, and whoever is like the most popular, you know, build creator, they're like, this is what works and nothing else. And they don't test anything, they don't try anything, and they're just passing information that they heard on a video back and forth. Ooh. Man, that is so good. When that Godslayer procs, bang, it's just like they disappear. They just disappear. I can't imagine how the damage could be, bro. I feel like the damage could be crazy. I feel like I could ramp this damage up. Oh, come on. You really just, they just tried it right there. Push me back. Come on now. Aw, should have looked up. Come on, bro. He did it again. knocked me back while the thing spawned at a perfect time. Mastermind. He is the Hive Master after all. Oh my god, he shot the poison when I moved in. Okay, be careful. Play better.
I cannot use that.
I must play better. That was pretty ugly. I'll save my debilitating roar for when he does that. I think that's probably the best idea, as long as I catch it on time. Sometimes the roar won't go off like I want it to. Let me make sure I have full before he gets done. This guy's like right up there with Sharpshooter. When he spawns the circles. Oh, that was a nice Raven's throw. Got all of that one. When the potions pop out of him. Oh, why did I do that? Cast debilitating roar when I'm not even in danger? What is wrong with me? Oh, snake lady. Oh. So much slow. Stop hitting that potion. I'm so used to playing on my temerity setup with Wind Shear that I like automatically hit a potion when I use debilitating roar just because it's so effective at building up the barrier. I'll read your messages in just a second, brother. Sorry about that. Not trying to ignore anybody. Just hard to get through all these mechanics with this stupid space cockroach, man. Without I feel like I'm at the point of no return because if I died now, I would probably not be able to do the boss again. Well, maybe I could. I don't know. The extra. Oh, Jesus. Ho ho. I'm alive. You won't get me, Lilith. God, dude. I'm gonna sit here and play peekaboo with this pole. Nice. Those poor wolves. Okay, let's run away. Not today. That time I meant to do it on purpose. There it is. Bang. A little bit silly looking there at the end. Not as quite as Not quite as exciting as I would like. Not the suspenseful ending there. It was a little bit lackluster, but you know, we got the tier 100 with poverty gear. All right. All right, now to build this thing up, does someone have 100, 200, 300, maybe a bill gold they want to get? Anybody have like all the gear I need? I don't know. Easy tier 100 clear. Yeah, I could probably get a couple more tiers out of that. I'd probably get like maybe 105. Maybe 105. You guys want me to keep going, or you want me to farm some gear? I'll let you guys be the judge. Keep going or farm some? Oh, I don't build Necro's flamethrower. I build Druid. That's all I do. For right now, I have a rogue, and that rogue is gonna be my gateway. That rogue is gonna be my gateway to building rogue builds. But I don't think I'll be as good as Wadicho, so you'll probably still use his builds. All right. Either do you guys want to if you guys want to party up and do some pit clears, if you guys are looking for like some pit clears of like 80 or something, go ahead and my battle tag is down in the description. Just add me up, and I'm gonna go ahead and use that 100 clear. I'll probably do a 100 clear off stream, set up the or I might use the Uber Duriel is the Tormented Duriel as well as that 100 clear for my gameplay footage for my build video, and then I'll update my Pulverize setup tonight before I go to bed. So I'll put the video out, I'll get the stuff edited out, I'll get the build planners changed up, and I'll go ahead and have that all ready and upload the video if you guys are interested in this version of Pulverize. But I'm almost assured there will probably be a version, especially if there's a bug or something, which I would not doubt, considering anytime they typically slap in a random, okay, Overpower just Pulver, 30x, there could be some double dipping on the Overpower mechanic, but I haven't seen anything wonky just yet. So, but that'll be at least updated for you guys to try out if you're interested, or at least look it over to see if you want something from the Paragon board or whatever. Oops. I know flamethrower. Let me go ahead and party up with you, brother. If you want to... Why can I not invite you? Where are you at? Well, anyway, I guess we'll just do some farming. Man, I almost kind of want to keep going. Should we do the 102? Let's see what we have over here. I definitely need to farm some stuff, so. We'll do the 102 before I swap over to my hardcore character. I'll swap over to my Temerity wind shear setup, and I'll probably do some like tier 80, tier 75, tier 80 pit just to farm up just so I can farm up some masterworking materials, because I don't have any right now. I'll also have to make another character for hardcore before the event expires, so that way I can make a Stormclaw build. I have some pretty good stuff for Stormclaw in hardcore, so I kind of don't want to pass up on the opportunity to make something. Did I not have enough I'm missing some. Must be missing a few. Thought I got enough. Yeah, never mind. Just missing like 10. There we go. Easy Tree of Whispers. Let's go over here and see how far they're on this. Oh, what am I doing? Let me put on my mine cage. Yeah, Flame, just invite me to your party, bro, if you want to do some party stuff. And if you want to do pit, we'll do the pit. If you want to, if there's something else you want to do, we can do that too. Also, guys, if you want to level at a character, let me know. I have no problem running you guys through your capstones with this setup because it's so fast, and then we'll do some pits to level you up to get your character ready to go. So let me know if you guys want a carry. It'll beat having to go through the marketplace and pay someone a bunch of gold to do it, so. Oh, I gotta go turn this in. Just get an inventory full of gear. Man, it would have been kind of cool if they had gave us some mid-season content like they always do, too. That would have been nice. They had gave us something different to do, like brought back maybe Malphus or something like that. Give us a new boss to play around with, something cool. Maybe he drops out of there. From our, that'd be cool if like it drops something for our pets, like a cosmetic or something. Pet cosmetics or something for your pets equipped to give you like a small boost to your damage. That'd be pretty neat. Nothing too crazy like the Seneschal pets, but like maybe I don't know, a 5x or something. Just something to kind of push you up a little bit. Nothing too crazy. Give you like the option to have like a 5x to your damage, or maybe some kind of spirit generation, something like that. That'd have been pretty cool. I'd like to find a couple decent pieces of gear with greater affix to crit chance. That would be the most benefit to the build. I think having that would probably be the biggest damage increase overall outside of getting a Ring of Starless Skies. I might ultimately just end up running like a bunch of Tormented Grigori. I think that'd be the best way, just so I can have the chance of getting a really powerful Insatiable Fury with a bunch of greater affixes. But I definitely want to jump my damage up a little bit because that Tormented Duriel took a decent amount of time with bad gear, so I don't want to take that long. But then again, I could always just find a barb to one-tap it. Or just, you know, do anything to it. Find a group and just do farming runs and watch them just blow it up with no problem. I'm kind of interested to know how good Necro Minions is after the patch. With Holy Bolt. Does anybody run a Necro that might have insight as to how it might have dropped the Necro or not? I know with the reduction in the HP, you probably are still going to go higher with Minion Necro, but I'm just kind of interested to see what Holy Bolt's not having that, I guess, whatever the bug was from minions occurring. Let's see, you got Helms, Chaos, two-hand weapon. We'll go two-hand weapons. I need a good staff. I'd like to get a really solid staff with maybe a greater affix to crit damage. I'm not sure yet if I want to run resource cost reduction. I think I need to, before I do that, I want to go ahead and get a Ring of Starless Skies before I determine whether or not I need to run a greater affix on resource cost reduction. Life per second. Crit chance, cooldown. I don't think that's worth rolling anything. Oh, nothing too crazy. Pretty decent willpower, max life there. I'd have to roll off that damage over time. I might roll it just to see if I can get that one can go in the trash.
That looks worn. I can fix it. I can break that down.
You know, you can get a crazy... I actually was building out Overpower. You can get a lot of Overpower, by the way. It's pretty insane with all the Earth Overpower and everything. Triple Legendary. The best. The best drops right there. Let me go open up this portal. Where is the... There it is. Stop by the village and open up the portal. Go, Mega Horse. Here we go.
I need more time. I'm not ready.
Ooh, Holy Bolt Elixir. This is actually a lot of fun with Holy Bolt, too. All the little... You just blow things up. I couldn't imagine how fast you could do your pits with this, with Holy Bolt. Oh my god. You'd be farming so fast. Just open up weapon one. Let me see what this one is. Hopefully it's heavy weapons cache. I don't want to go up the wall. I'd rather take the long way around than have to go up that stupid wall. Heavy weapons, heavy weapons, heavy weapons. Light weapon. Wait, heavy weapon, good. Alright, we just need a little bit more. There we go. No? One away? Alright. Anything going on? I don't want to sit here in Helltide for 5 minutes. It's going to run out anyway. I kind of want to just keep trying to run the pit as high as I can with this setup. Okay. Oh, my meter is going. Come on. Okay. Let's just keep pushing the pit. Well, why not? I don't really find this to be something I want to do right now. Kind of fun just to see where you can go with something like this without everything being good. Let's get it. Let me repair my stuff real fast. Make sure I don't, oh, it's good. Okay. Does anybody know if Holy Bolt's working right now? I guess we could test it. See what happens. I can always swap it out. It'll be interesting to see if how fast we can go with Holy Bolt. Killing everything, along with our Pulverize. I think it's disabled though. Yeah, it's disabled still. I just haven't checked any of the notes to see if they had updated it yet, so still disabled. We'll just swap to our armor potions, that way we don't get one shot by anything. There we go. It's going to be interesting to see how well this thing clears when you start being able to use your Holy Bolt though. Ha ha ha! Bye. Get out of here, wolf. Ooh, something pulled me. Let's go. Yeah, definitely a little slower though. We're definitely not moving like we were moving. We try to pull together a bunch of stuff. Oh, I didn't want to pull that way. Oh, that stupid masked smash that the dude does that sends out that wave. That thing always hits hard. I didn't really see it too close because of the blackening on the screen, the blind that they threw out on me. Oh, nice. I didn't even know there were enemies back here. Not bad. And see, this guy's just chilling back here below the hit of the shockwave, just not even getting any damage on him. Barely anything. Yeah, that blind is crazy. Get back. Yikes. Now is the time where I think I just need that extra health, like just from masterworking. Probably get my health like closer to like I don't know, 70k maybe. I think that would probably be the best. Maybe get a little more damage reduction somewhere. I don't know if I need damage reduction, but definitely having a little bit more damage reduction off my Insatiable Fury wouldn't hurt. Also, more damage to kill enemies faster is damage reduction as well. Oh, what a waste. What a waste. Permafroze. Just wasted that on those stupid armor guys. I hate when that happens. I still have enough time, I think. If we get lucky on the boss, I have enough time. If we don't get lucky on the boss, I do not have enough time. That was a big lag. Hopefully. Oh no, softcore. Softcore. I'm gonna swap over to my hardcore temerity winch here in just a second. I just want to push this as far as I could with like really bad gear. So far we've cleared 100. I think we could clear probably maybe 105. Maybe 105 without dying. If we don't die, we get a favorable boss. Because this is 102 and I died 3 times. And I think I can still get another pit level if I don't die on the boss. I just need to get that good, solid greater affix on my boots for the spirit gen, and I think that would probably set me up pretty well until I get a Starless Skies. Tanky blood bishop. Spam as much as we can. No, I don't think I'm gonna clear this. I'm not getting lucky enough here with the overpowers. I'm gonna try though. Maybe if I hadn't died, we would probably get this. How, yo? I was outside of the range. She's a cheater. Oh. Yeah, I don't got the time. I lost too much to dying. We can still finish it out though. Yeah, that was a mistake. sure I can definitely do half his HP basically in 20 seconds. I'm sure I can make that happen. Let's see how many seconds over though. I don't want to be here. I don't even know how many seconds over. Probably gonna be like a minute. Oh, maybe a little more than a minute. I'm getting hit too much too. More than a minute. It's probably like 2 or 3 minutes over. There we go. Yeah, probably like 2 or 3 minutes over right there. I think I could get... yeah, I think I could get to maybe tier 105 without 240, almost 3. Yeah, that sounds... that's... I think if, like, if I hadn't have died, I would have had enough time, but I would have been really coming in close there. I would have been coming in, cutting it pretty close. Wild Impulses. That's really nice. Wild Impulses, max life, and then if I could get a crit chance roll, that would be nice. An 8%, not a 6%. That'll boost up my damage. I don't have the money for that, but we will go ahead and keep it. How much, make sure I have at least, I think I should get like 2,000 crystals. 2,000 would probably be the best. All right, we got one more incense. Let's go ahead and give it one more shot before we swap over to our hardcore character. I think if I get a little bit luckier with the elite packs, because I had a couple unlucky packs that didn't really die too fast, and better pulls with my Godslayer, and then I don't die on the boss. Obviously, don't die on the boss. Like, that's never good, getting that Godslayer when there's 2 armor guys up here. And one's a stupid suppressor enemy. Outlaw suppressor enemies. Yeah, they're all spread apart here. It's taking too long to kill them. There we go. I want you guys to notice something. Look at how she doesn't take that much damage sometimes. Just watch the flying enemies. Like, the flying enemies will sometimes barely take any damage. Or if any at all. Like, they'll sometimes not take anything. Maybe we can see it. I kind of missed one there, so I don't really think that one would count. Probably isn't too obvious on a bosses like these. I mean, enemies like these, because they do die pretty fast in general. Cut into here. Like right there, she barely took anything. Like, I know I hit her. Right in that, like, she didn't get hit for like a couple thousand, I think. Hit. That hit. That one didn't seem to hit. That second to last one barely did anything. Oh my god, I'm spamming my roar. I was spamming my roar like forever. God, that's annoying. And then they all die super easy. I hate dying to something and then coming back and just completely blowing it up with no problem. That is the most annoying thing. It's like, you shouldn't have died. In no way, shape, or form should you have died. I don't like deaths like that. Oh man, I love the active play style of this setup. That's another reason why I don't like banished swords like that. The activity you put into this setup, because you have to shapeshift. I just like, it's not that you have to do it so much that it becomes annoying, but it just keeps you kind of moving so you're not like zoning out. But, you know, when you're just casually farming, you don't have to do it to that degree. But when you're trying to push, you have to put that effort in, and I kind of like it. This over here. Nice. We'll try to get ahead of everything. Find a couple there we go. Not waste any time with these there it is. There we go. Come on, find another pack of enemies. Not with these guys up here though. Come on. There's another elite pack. There we go. Not waste this protection shrine. Of course he comes following me up here. Oh my god. It's like Michael Myers. It's like, hello. I know you were running, but I walk really fast.
I need time to do that.
Come on. Yeah, I'm telling you, if I had a pair of, if I had a better setup and I could use like exploit, when they become like CC immune, that big giant damage increase would just make clearing trash packs so much easier. I don't know if I need metamorphosis. I feel like I'm mechanically sound that I can, you know, if I die to a stun, it's like whatever, but I kind of like having just having something to increase the damage. I think for most people though, metamorphosis will work, so I'll probably just put metamorphosis in the setup. Not a bad boss to have, as long as I don't do anything stupid like step in a puddle of water. Wow. Look at me hitting air. Why am I not aiming at the boss? If I keep missing, we're not going to make it. We're not going to be able to finish the boss in time. I'm just missing so much. Nice. See if I can't keep everything over here. Just in case I need to move over to the other side for any reason. Thought I was going to get hit by that. We're halfway there. Ooh, that was, thankfully she didn't stun me at the right time. That would have really been painful. Okay, let's see what we get. Oh, that's not good. Now we're gonna have to pay attention to our evades to make sure we don't blow through our evades. Keep up our digigrade gate. Didn't feel like I was inside. Oh, ah! We got two. We have two. That's good. Not good that we literally almost spammed our evades like an idiot. I would have died if I hadn't have had that. Let's move away from... Oh, shit. Okay, we'll just stay close to... gonna get to. Almost there. Bang, there we go. 102. No. I'm not playing the Pulverize setup in hardcore. I have my wind shear, my temerity wind shear build for hardcore that I built out that I like for hardcore, but I really don't like anything. There's just too many wonky things that can happen in hardcore that can cause you to lose your character, and I'm pretty sure I've had just about every one of them happen to me this season. But we're going to swap over in just a second. 1 or 2 is pretty good. I feel like 1 or 2 is good there. Let's see. I have a... Let's see if we can get some gloves, man. I feel like the gloves I have are fine. But I'd love to get a greater affix on Pulverize. And not have to buy it from someone.
That's the spirit. Give it a go.
I should probably keep these. Someone might actually want these. I doubt it, though, with the willpower. I get lots of +3 to shred, just in case somebody wants to try shred. Those are nice, but I'd rather have 6% before I do anything. I mean 8% crit.
Have a wee gamble.
Oh yeah, brother, I have no gold, man. I have nothing, man. No gold. I am, as I said, I'm in poverty year because I'm in poverty right now. I got no gold, nothing. I got no resources to craft stuff like my Vel crystals. I have everything else, but my Vel crystals are really low. I have a bunch of Nithal iron. I just can't use it. I have nothing to use it with. Oh, let me change my deal real quick. Okay. There we go, the bear. That looks better. Alright, let's swap over to my hardcore character. I'll do some more with this. Like I said, I'm going to go ahead and take the footage that I have from the stream and I'll go ahead and put it all together to update my pulverized build. And I'll have those planers done and then out by tonight. So that way anybody who wants to take a look at the build and see if they like it, they'll be able to. I'll just have to restructure my original planners so that way I don't have to, you know, delete it. I want to test out this this setup here. I want to see how much this potion increase is helping my temerity. So what's the potion giving? 4,000 plus 38%.
I need more time.
It's more like the heal over time that does the most. The fact they didn't increase the heal over time doesn't really do a whole lot for me, that 4,000. They'd have had to have increased the heal over time to something higher than 38%. Pretty good. That's what, 130k? 130k without fortitude, without, and I have 2 willpower in my pants. Felt pretty good about swapping those out. This is my gear right now. I have This is good. I got +4 defensive skills. That helped out a lot. Getting that double crit on the armor really helped out to get my armor cap up there. Still have the same weapon. Double crit here was nice. Got lucky there. So I only re-rolled on 4s to get the best affixes, and then after that I didn't re-roll anymore. I just went to straight to 8. But got pretty lucky on a few pieces. Not too bad.
I'm not ready yet.
Let's see. Let's go and do a few pit runs. I want to see how much this Nature's Reach is helping out. Let's see, so we got a buff to Nature's Reach, which is really good. I also want to, I think putting the 3 points in here would be worth it. Just because you get that 9% damage reduction. I don't know if I really need it, but more damage reduction is always better in hardcore. I wish I could take this away. We take 1 point from Digigrade Gate. You gotta pick up damage reduction. Not bad. You get a lot of damage reduction here from these magic nodes. I have Earth and Sky here. I got Protector slotted in, so I get the 10% off barrier. I still have to get a pair of boots with like evade, attacks reduce evade's cooldown, but I haven't gotten them yet. And I always use Fortitude, man. I always use Fortitude no matter what. We'll just do like 75. I haven't really done a whole lot of pushing just because I finally got this stuff done. So once I got my build done, I kind of want to swap over to other builds. It took me a little while to get this setup done just because of how much bad luck I had during the season. So many things happen. Yeah, things were dying so much quicker than 75. I don't really like grinding the pit though. I'm not a big fan. Like unless I'm pushing it for some reason, I don't really like to grind. If I grind, I always like to do it with someone else. Just having another person in the party just kind of breaks up the monotony of it, having someone to talk to. So I don't really like doing this. I didn't like AOZ and I don't really like doing this. But I'll probably push this into higher tier pits. Wonder what I did there. I gotta pay attention to my character. I might try to find people to carry in hardcore. There was a few people on the trade site that was like, carrying hardcore for like softcore gold. I might try to find some people to kind of help out there. Make get some gold up. Yeah, I feel like doing like 80s would probably be better now with all this. Although I just like 75 just feels like a nice spot for hardcore without a group. I have to check over my stuff. I feel a little bit squishy. Maybe I'm just out of practice with the setup. Usually never drop barrier in 75s. Yeah, the bosses die super fast now. Yeah, I can definitely see why people don't really like playing this build. It doesn't feel quite as impactful, right? It doesn't have that like pop like Pulverize has. You're just kind of like, sounds like you're ripping toilet paper when you throw, like when you throw your wind shear. So it's not quite as it just doesn't have that same feeling when you play it.
Not while I'm in town.
How much HP do I have? 89k. 89k. How many anti-venom potions can I craft? Four. And I need more, I don't think I have enough Nithal Iron to do anything. Yeah, I need like a bunch.
I'm not ready yet.
Let's go ahead and use that. Let's see how 80 feels with the changes. I'd like to go up to 80. I feel like I could probably go to like 79-ish, somewhere in there. And it would probably feel still pretty much feel the same as doing 75. Anything to increase the speed of getting Nithal Iron, because I hate having to do like a ton of these dungeons. Oh, you know what I'm not doing? My stupid mall there. That's what I'm not doing. That way I get my Bestial Rampage up. So I like this setup because it makes me tanky enough to where I can run Bestial Rampage in hardcore. If not, I would be running Ursine Strength without the Temerity. Because I ain't trying to die. But I think my optimal way of doing farming is just having a Holy Bolt with anti-venom up, so I get that 15% damage reduction. I just have to farm up more Angel's Breath. It's the only thing that sucks, is needing Angel's Breath for everything. Look at that Slicer sneaking up on me. Because farming it like this is just so slow, because you can only hit so many enemies. Yeah, I was forgetting to keep up my height and malice. I'm like, what am I doing? What am I doing wrong? Yeah, this is nowhere near as fun. I hope they destroy this build next season. I never want to see this abomination again. I made the whole build video for it and everything, and I hope I never see this abomination of a build again. This thing is awful. It feels so bad. Like, I don't mind Windshear being good, but it needs to have something else, man. It needs to be, like, really creative with however they make it being good. This is not the way. This just feels so... I almost feel bad for wasting so much time on it. That's why I said, Kettle, I kind of got hard-headed about it. I got like super hyper-obsessed with the build, wanting to make it function. And then wasted a lot of time here. Because I don't even like it myself. Like, I like the damage of it, but I just don't like it. The feel of it. It just sounds so bad. It's like Pulverize. You hear that big smack, a giant wave, enemies bursting into pieces. Your bears roaring out loud when you get the overpowers and stuff. It's so cool. This is just like... just sounds, you know... not quite as impactful. And he's dead. Slow walk and grab my stuff. Yeah, 80s feel pretty good. That doesn't feel too bad. Oh. What do I have? I know I could just throw a one there, one there, one there. Alrighty guys, well, I'm about to go eat dinner, so I guess I'll call it there. But like I said, I'm gonna work on my build planner off stream for the Pulverize setup and get the video together so that way I can get the video out to you guys by tonight. And then tomorrow we will continue trying to build up our gear pieces so we can see how far we can take the build. Maybe 120, maybe higher. But anyways, guys, that is going to be it for me. I hope you guys are having a great day or a great night, depending on wherever you're from. And peace out, guys. I will see you in the next one. Have a great night.